Exhibitors with Black Cross steers. The middleweight class 77, be moving toward classification. Black Cross class 77, be bringing your steers toward classification, please. Our steer judge throughout this week is Mr. Blake Nelson from Platte City, Missouri. He serves as the Executive Vice President for the American Maine Anjou Association. He and his wife, Ruth, have a daughter named Paisley and a son, Brigham. He received his Associate Science degree from Connors State College, his bachelor and master's work at Oklahoma State University. His greatest passion is developing cattle and youth. Assisting Mr. Nelson throughout the week, Mr. Spencer Scotton. He is the judging team coach at Redlands Community College in El Reno, Oklahoma, and continues to raise show cattle and goats with his family. In this Black Cross division, we will be placing 7 places throughout the 3 classes. Black Cross steer exhibitors in the barn, class 77. We need your steers coming to classification. Middleweight Black Cross steers, you need to be bringing them forward to classification.
Well, it's good to be back with you here on day 3. We've had 2 awesome days so far here in the steer show. I know day 3 is going to be no different. It's going to be really, really good out here today because we get started off in a set of black crosses that are very, very good up here on the top end. I'm telling you what, these black-hided cattle, they are hard to get good, and especially ones that you can peel the hair off of and slick and still maintain some balance, some flank line, definitely keep their structure in check. I promise you it's not easy. Today we've got these bigger classes. It's going to take a little extra to get pulled out here in the center. It might take more than just one thing that hits us coming in. You've got to be good. You've got to be muscular. You've got to be good built. You've got to be good balanced. You've got to be fresh. You've got to have your calf clean. You've got to have him taken care of at home, where whenever he comes in, his hide pops and they look the part. That's what it takes today. It's going to be very, very competitive throughout our shows today here in the Black Crosses and as we get into the AOCs. We've got some cattle along the ringside. We've got a lot of them here in this class, and Blake's going to give them a look as they go out. But one up there needs a shot more muscle. That one's very muscular. We just need to see him better build. A slew of cattle that need to be just a little bit better in terms of their structure. Right there, we need a shot more rib and body. Right there, the young man's, I think, a set of cattle that, again, need just more fresh muscle and shape to them. Probably, I think, with time and maturity, I think those cattle will get just a little better, more competitive on down the road. I like this steer's body shape. I like his expression. He gets too fragile down low, and his hind leg set isn't quite good enough. But I thought of the ones remaining, I don't mind that calf. I think he's got some good pieces to him. Work on down. That one's just a little pale-hided, and his hind leg's not quite good enough, but I thought his shape was pretty solid. Again, as we work on down, there's a good feeding kind of a steer that gets just a little rolled up in his ankle. I like this steer right here. I thought he was another one this young man right here does a good job with. It was on the bubble. He just doesn't have that same kind of square shape, coming right out of the backside of his shoulder, and his hind leg, whenever he goes, he kind of wants to tuck it and pull it. Real stout one there that doesn't balance up quite good enough. This calf's real good in his pattern. We just need to see him get out with a little more length of stride, and he's a little plain-headed. I like that stock and legged steer's rib and body type, but he gets a little cresty, a little jammed up front. The young man steer right here, he was one that whenever he came in, we liked. Whenever you look at him, he's bow-legged, and he wants to roll on his outside foot. This steer's got quality up front, and he gets too rolled up in his top line, and his top line consistency and balance isn't quite good enough. And then as we work on down, again, I think some cattle that maybe just don't have some extra pieces of balance. Some of them get just a little tubey-bellied and a little harder looking as we roll on down. I thought this steer right in the back had quality that this young lady does a good job with getting shown out here. Extension up front is good, little stilty up front, little rigid from behind. Good class of them, though. Congratulations to those young people on a great way to start off our day here in San Antonio in the Black Crosses. If you would, everybody that's around ringside, please congratulate those young people and give them a hand on their effort this morning. And we'll look forward to getting through our Class 1. Nice job.
Middleweight Black Cross steers, class 77. You need to bring your steers to classification. Black Cross, class 77, that's the middleweights. We need your steers to classification, please.
We made a second pull here in this class that we're going to work through as these were coming in. Really good class. And so if you made the pull, you got a good calf, but one up front needs to be just a little bit sounder and better in his forerib. That's nice looking. Here's a nice bodied steer that's just a little too plain in terms of his shape from behind, and he needs to shout more bone. We like this steer's muscle. We just didn't like him in his body type. He needs to be just a little bit softer. There's another stout one that gets a little cresty up front. Hind leg doesn't motor quite as well. This steer, another one, good bodied, good feeding, just a little frailer in his bone work, in his weight distribution, and his balance is a little off from the side. We made the call on this steer. I like everything about him but his hind leg, but he goes away. He's too coarse and bow-legged in his hock. This steer, this young lady does a good job with. He's moderate, he's fresh, he's good bodied. His hind leg doesn't work quite as good. I think this steer's got a lot of potential down the road. He just comes off a little longer, a little taller, a little flatter today, but that calf's built nice and he's got quality. We're going to work through this top end, but I did want to mention a few things about those cattle as we circled them out. That was a good class of them. We're going to work through and get you some sale spots.
Black Cross steer exhibitors, heavyweight, class 78. You can be moving toward classification. Again, Black Cross exhibitors with a heavyweight, class 78 steer. Be bringing them to classification, please.
Adams Fab. Established in 2007, they build custom livestock pinning and equipment to fit all your needs. Hanger feeder rods, adjustable slam gate latches, and skirted panels. It all comes standard. Custom pins made by hand and hot dipped galvanized so that you know that they're going to last. Adams Fab is a certified TIPS vendor and can design, fabricate, and install equipment to fit all your needs. Visit adamsfablivestock.com to get started today.
Well, guys, good morning. As we kick off this day, Spencer and I are very pumped. We know there's going to be a lot of good cattle come to the ring, and we'll do our best to give every kid a good look and good shot, and we'll just see how the cards fall. But start off in a great fashion here in terms of these black crosses. That steer that leads off, that's one that hit us good coming in and just kept us that way. He's one that really gets your attention, just a quality steer. And I say that not only from a balance standpoint, his handle, his skin quality, everything to us just really fresh. We like the look he has, and that's where he beats the steer in second. Handily for us is just the way he ties in his neck, his shoulder, his chest, and particularly back from hooks to pins, the way his tail head fits in him. Just like that silhouette a little better. There's enough power to go with that for us. Just really solid. And of course, the showman does a nice job with him. Young lady steering second. He may have a shot more width right there through the center part of his quarter and just body width, and we'd like that. That's not a problem at all. But with that, he gives up just a little bit in terms of chest. Wants to duck his pins, not be quite as good back through his hip and tail set. But another good calf there. Handles really nice. She does a good job with him. The young man in third, this guy will flat out get the most he can out of this calf. I love the fact he's a hustler and he will stick that thing because this steer is really clean necked. And I mean, he makes sure he gets it pulled up out of him and shows that off. He comes good in his top line. He's sound enough on his feet and legs. He don't have quite just that sheer muscle dimension behind his shoulders, those top two cattle. And that's why he's third today. But we like that calf. Really like that showman. Young lady we have in fourth can appreciate the density of this calf. This calf's a big-footed, heavy structured one that sure has some body shape and thickness to him. But with that, you can see just a little shorter neck, a little chunkier there through his shoulder and chest, not quite as attractive in that front third. But from there back, he's good cattle, and he gets up there because he still handles his feet and legs okay with that dimension. Young lady's spotted steer coming out next. Really like him on the stand. I think this is, if we're just judging him on the stand, he probably moves up a spot or two because that's an attractive steer there. We like in terms of having a nice front end, a good top line ending. He's heavy bone. Muscle's not too bad, but you can see when she will lead him out, He wants to get a little grabby there, just a little off in his ankle and his outside toe. If we could just flex him and reach him a little more, he sure might climb a little more. Young ladies, white switch steer coming out next. We get here because on that calf, he doesn't overwhelm you, but just a solid steer. A steer that's big ribbed, has some dimension, has enough proportion and balance. Maybe at times gets a notch plane there in terms of his neck and front end, and maybe just not that sheer power in terms of bone and shape as some, but a really solid kind of a calf. We thought he merited a sell spot. Young man, sock-footed steer there. That's a stout steer. He's big-bodied. He's one that sure has plenty of thickness to him, a little deeper up through his chest and through his neck and throat there. You'd make him a little more attractive there and just freshen him up a scotch. Young man next in the lineup, another good, really good showman. Gets that calf pulled together on the profile. We like his look and balance. We just wish he was a little further along. He still handles pretty green in terms of his forerib. Like to give him a shot more muscle. Young man's brown 10 steer. Like the stoutness in this calf. Another one you can appreciate from a muscle and bone standpoint. Body shape as well. But you can see he needs to be more attractive in his head, neck, and shoulder, and you'd sure freshen him up. Then the calf that wraps up the class, we thought he needed to get a pull and come out here because that calf has some smoothness to him, length. We'd like to just see him opened up a little more through that center body. We're going to make him more competitive in this group. Let's give those kids a round of applause, please.
Moving to the middleweight class of the Black Crosses, there are 32 entries. The range in weight from 1229 to 1360. And once again, placing 7. In the lightweight class of Black Crosses, first place went to Brennan Henry, New Home FFA. Second place, Reagan Jones, Italy FFA. Third place to Hunter Morowitz, Fall City FFA. Fourth place, Hunter Voigt, Williamson County 4-H. Fifth place, Jolynn McMillan, Atascosa County 4-H. Sixth place, Cooper Hardcastle, Gonzales County 4-H. Seventh place, Luke Kelly, Medina County 4-H. Black Cross Steer Exhibitors, Class 78. You need to bring your steers forward. Black Cross, Class 78. We need your steers to classification, please.
Got a really nice way to work a little deeper here into our Black Cross division. I'll tell you what, these Black Cross cattle, whenever they come in, it is really important that these cattle have a good home life, especially in the black division, because you can really tell those ones that are just a little bit mismanaged in terms of their hide and their hair quality, because whenever they come in, they really don't hit you quite as hard, and you really have to dig into those cattle to appreciate some of the good in them whenever they come in and don't hit you with quite as good a first impression as some of these cattle that we pulled. A lot of good cattle in here. Again, a big class of them, a lot of quality, a lot of good pieces that we've got on the rail over here. A few close calls to be made for sure, and Blake's going to give them one final look as they work their way out. Some of the ones that we discussed were on the bubble, some close decisions I think to be made in that are going to be right on the borderline, but I feel really good about the ones that we've already pulled out here in the middle. It's going to be a fun class to sort through. We've got a pair of cattle that are up here up front. They're good-bodied, good feeding cattle that get a little plain in their look. This one's hip's not quite right, but other than that, from there forward, I think he's pretty solid. I thought this stock and legged steer had the right kind of body type. You've done a good job feeding that calf. His structure didn't hang in for you very good there, but other than that, don't mind him. I thought this young man steer right here, and then the young lady steer right behind him. Whenever I went in to handle him, I thought those two were pretty impressive. I thought their boldness of body, I thought their shape up high was good. This one's just a little bit of a low rider that's a little too round off both ends of his skeleton and really hooks his hind leg up underneath him, but I think this steer's kind of right on the borderline of being kept here in this class, but he doesn't have enough quality of look and quality of structure to go ahead and make the pull. And same thing with this one. His hind leg is going to limit him to staying on the outside of the rail, but you've done a good job feeding him, and he is very, very fresh. As we work on down some cattle that just maybe don't balance up quite as good, this young lady right here, whenever she first came in, the first third of that steer came in, and I said, hey, we have got a quality built one right here, because that is a long neck, that is a good neckline and a good chest floor and a round body shape in him. I think if that steer's four-legged, he gets pulled. Today, he's three-legged, so he doesn't get pulled. But I feel for you because you've done a good job with that steer. He is very, very nice and high quality. Some cattle, as we work on down, just maybe don't have some of those extra pieces of look and balance and attractiveness like we've seen in some of those ones that are up the line. I think, again, these exhibitors did a great job with a good set of cattle that are in here. We just need some extras. We need something to hit us just a little bit harder today in these bigger classes that are going to be so deep and so competitive. These cattle maybe just come off just a nickel planer. But good job to those exhibitors. They made this middleweight Black Cross division very competitive. If you would, let's congratulate them as they work the way out on a nice class.
Every detail matters when preparing your livestock for the show ring. At Producers Co-op, we offer high-quality show feed, supplements, and supplies designed for your animal's best performance. Our specialized feeds promote optimal growth, conditioning, and muscle development for cattle, sheep, goats, pigs, and more. With expert advice and reliable products, we're dedicated to your success. Trust us to help you reach your goals with the feed that works as hard as you do. Come see why at Producers Co-op, it's better here.
Well, folks, we get out here in the middle of our black crosses, and for us, this class had a little challenge. Maybe just not something that just knocked your socks off, but good cattle, maybe different type and kind, and piecing it together. We feel like we worked our way up and found two really good quality steers here to lead off with. And the steer that we lead off with, he's one of those that gets out here. He has balance. That steer has a good top in him, enough shape, enough bone work, and soundness. He's a little bigger sheath, and I think that might even take away from his look just a nickel. But that's a good calf, got a good showman on him, just real solid. Good-footed, moves pretty good, and one we can sure live with. Young lady steering second is still just maybe a nickel green right there in terms of just his heart and his flank yet. If we could just pull that flank in him and fill him in just a nickel behind his shoulder, I could sure swap that pair because I do like him better on the profile. He's up-headed, got a nice look, got a good shape through his quarter. Structurally, another one you can live with him. Just like I said, you might just open him up a nickel there in that four-rib, and I could sure swap that pair because that's good cattle. Young man's ball-faced steer, that's a calf that I like for just his boldness through his center body, big-topped, really dimensional kind of a calf. He's one of those, you can see, yes, he proportions, but gets a notch rounder in his shoulder, round in his hip. Wants to grab a little bit in terms of his ankle and his outside toe. Just like to see him get out and move more freely there on that back end and fix him back there through his hip. But again, like the density, like the freshness in him. From there, we get into a pair of steers. I mean, these are little chunky monkey guys, and we love the density. We do. Of that pair, I think this one in front of me is just a little sounder on his back too. That is a big bone, thick-made rascal all the way through. Yeah, he's got some shoulder. Yeah, he's got a little chest, but there is a lot of calf there, and I love that about him. And actually, for as much calf as there is there, still handles his wheels. We just need to tidy him up through that front end. just clean him up a notch here or there. I'm going to try to move him up any higher in the class. The young man steer next in the lineup, like I said, a lot similar body type and thickness. Love that about him. This calf wants to toe out a little bit up front. He's another one you might just free him up in the way he uses that pastern and ankle. Young lady steer next in the lineup. Again, a really nice, attractive steer. Like the balance in him, like the structural and joint quality in this calf. For me, he just gets overpowered a little bit to that top group. You give him a shot more shape. You want to try to work him in the lineup, but we do appreciate the good he brings to the ring today. The young man's blaze face steer, like the muscle shape and freshness of this calf. They got him handling really good. Like the dimension as you get out back. He's good neck. That calf I like on the stand. Maybe you could shrink him right in there behind his shoulder and midrib. But he is a calf. When we ask him to get out and lead, I think that's when you can start seeing some of his issues there. We'd like to see him just freed up a little bit and just track a little more squarely underneath himself and more appropriately off that hind leg. The steer next in the lineup, I can appreciate he's one of the sounder ones of some of the cattle left. You know, he flexes and reaches and goes. He has a clean neck. This steer for us just gets a little plain-bodied and plain in his shape. We'd like to open him up a bit all the way through, a lot like the young lady in the next in the lineup. This is an attractive steer. He's high quality in terms of just his handle, his hide, his structural correctness, but he's just too narrow for us. You get in behind him, he really kind of funnels and caves, but I like his structural integrity and what she does presenting him out here, and still we thought he merited getting a pull and getting out here. Spencer went ahead and talked to those last four just to save a little time, but let's give all these kids a big round of applause, please.
Bringing in the heavyweight class of black crosses, class number 78, have some 37 entries ranging in weight from 1361 to 1500 pounds, and once again placing 7. And in the middleweight class of the Black Crosses, first place went to Paige Fritch, Burton, FFA. Second place, Cassidy Bozeman, Ida Lou, FFA. Third place, Cade Pate, Marion, FFA. Fourth place, Braden O'Connor, Pretty, FFA. Fifth place, Bryson White, Happy, FFA. Sixth place, Audrey Felix, Poth, FFA. Seventh place, Colton Tudhope, East Central, FFA. As we move through our show today, we will not take any lunch break. We will continue on. Steer exhibitors in the barn, those exhibitors with other crosses. First class, class 81, you can be moving forward, please. Other crosses, class 81, you can be bringing your steer forward.
This is going to be a fun way to wrap up here in our Black Cross division. A very, very competitive set of heavies. When these were coming in, I was really impressed with how good the top end of these cattle are. Again, if like we talked about there on Class 1 and our lightweight blacks, if you guys have tried to raise these black cattle that still look good whenever you peel the hair off of them, you will very much appreciate the cattle that are out here on the top end of this class. And really, the ones that we left along the rail, there's some good cattle, and Blake's going to give them another look as we work our way out. But some close calls. Again, I think in this class, kind of to reiterate what I've talked about in our lightweight and our middleweight class, man, you've got to have a good one that really hits us hard whenever they come in to make the pull here in this class. I thought as we were going through the lineup, there's a lot of cattle in here. They've got enough muscle. They've got enough shape. Maybe their structure's a little hit and miss. There's cattle that have some look and have some balance and some quality to them, maybe that just aren't quite punchy enough. In this class, you've got to have that blend, and you've got to be very, very good and solid to make the pull. I like this calf right here. Thought he was kind of on the bubble, this brockle-faced steer right here, because I like his moderation. I like his boldness of body shape. I like his handle quality up top. He needs a shot more bone. He gets a little wide walking from behind. We need to change that. But again, I thought that calf was right on the bubble. This calf is very high quality, just doesn't have the same kind of muscle and shape as we've got in some of those that we pulled and some of those up the line group of cattle that get just a little bit plainer from a design and structure standpoint. This young lady's got a high quality calf that she's done a good job with, gets a little stale and a little bucked over, but you've done a good job with that one. I thought this calf fundamentally was pretty solid. His rib and his body type is good. He's just a little stale in terms of his hide quality, a little frail in his bone, and a little quick stepping from behind as we work on down. I didn't mind this calf right here at all because I thought his look up front, his length of neck, and his muscle shape was pretty solid. He gets a little rigid and a little steep out of his front end structure. He doesn't have the same kind of bone and foot size and substance at the ground in the way that he sits down in his rear foot and his rear ankle as some of these other ones that we went ahead and gave the pull out here in this class. And a set of cattle that we round out with need a little more balance here, a little more rib and body here, a little more top line consistency on that guy. I thought this young lady that was here second from the end, I thought that was a pretty nice calf as well. His balance and his stoutness is pretty good. Got a little dab of chest to him. We need to change him up in his hind leg design and his hock just a little bit. But again, I thought that was another one, pretty quality kind of a calf that we've got here in a tough class. Congratulations to all those exhibitors on doing a nice job here and making this an extremely deep and competitive group, if you would, as they're working their way out. We've had a good crowd for the 3 days that we've been here. If you would, put your hands together for these young people on the great job that they did. They put in a lot of work.
Other cross steer exhibitors in the barn, we need Class 81 moving to classification. Again, Class 81 other crosses, we need you bringing your steer forward. We have had a boy's wallet turned in here to the announcer stand. I think it was found in one of the restrooms. So if you are missing a wallet, you can come up, identify it, and pick it up. Other cross steer exhibitors, Class 81. This is last call. Class 81. Other cross steers. This is last call. Other crosses, Class 82. You can be moving to classification. Class 82 of other crosses, be bringing your steers forward.
Well, folks, we get out here, and what a class of steers. We thought, obviously, that top four was really, really tied, and we saw differences. I'm going to tell you what I see in the cattle. You can have your favorite, and that's just the way things are, and I understand that. I definitely felt really good, and we were both unanimous on this steer that leads off. I think he's just the one that's right in our wheelhouse in terms of just being a dense-made steer that's still good enough in his joints. We like the rib cage and top shape in him, the dimension, the bone work. He's one, as we turn him to the side, he's not as jack-necked as that steer in second, but still very proportional, very solid, very good, and gets up here the wins. We debated a little bit on these next three and what we saw in them and what we, how they hit us. This steer right here, she gets him part, man, he puts together a look for you now. Just a nice extension in his front end, good in his top line, big bone, big-footed calf. He's one, as you study him, he's maybe not as shapely right through the stifle as this steer in third, but he's got a good top in him. I do think he's a little nicer balanced. Just his rib cage, his underline, his flow is just a little better there. This steer in third, and actually these next two steers, they have phenomenal pieces about them. We might tweak them here and there. Like this steer starting at his head. I love the head and neck set of this guy. He comes into his top line with a good top shape. I like the muscularity of him. We start breaking him down and just look at him. If I could fix his underline a little bit, it's probably game on, and he's looking more at maybe the top hole because he does have just a nickel more chest. He has just a nickel more drop to his belly, and it throws off his balance just a little bit for me. I like his bone work, his soundness, and his stoutness. I just like to see him just maybe just a little neater in a spot or two for me to go ahead and work him up all the way to the top. That's a good steer. He needs to be out here without a doubt. Young lady steering fourth, another one, phenomenal pieces. Crazy necked, really shapely over his back, through his rump. Love those parts about him. That calf is not as deep as these other three, but he's round ribbed. I can appreciate the roundness of his rib cage. He's sound up front. You watch him on his back too. Yes, he has a little extra set that's not the most attractive on the move, but when she stops him and plants him, she gets him set up. My big issue with him, really got a very good size knots on the inside of his hock, and that's just something we kind of couldn't get over. You know, if he had didn't have any holes other than that, we might could work him up. But you would still fix him in his hip, plant him better in his tailhead, drop him in his flank, and clean him up there. Young lady steer next in the lineup. That's one, man, on the stand. You dig this calf. He's a good-looking rascal. He's one of those, just enough muscle. We'd like to free him up in his knee, free him up in the way he handles those back two just a little bit. We're going to go ahead and get him in that top genre of this class. The young lady's white-chested steer next in the lineup. Another one of those calves, just really smooth in his makeup. He's one that maybe don't have quite that pop and flare as you study him back from hooks to pins and to the ground. That's a calf we like pretty good as well. Another one of those, maybe you could just see him freed up a nickel in the way he handles that ankle. The next steer in the lineup, the Brockle Face calf, one of those calves that comes out here. You can tell he's a calf that has some quality. You like the smoothness in this calf, really bold through his center body and has dimension. For us, he's working a little more chest and shoulder. That takes away from him. The big thing, I wish he had a shot more bone to match up with that middle mass he has and the dimension he's carrying. Young man's big steer next in the lineup. This guy worked his way up. He didn't make that, initial pull. But you think about it, a calf that big to have that kind of power and shape, still flex and reach. We like that about him. He actually handles pretty good. He's not as fresh-bodied as some, and that kept him down some, but we really like to mention the quality of that calf. Spencer went ahead and talked to some of these guys to save time. Phenomenal class of heavyweight black crosses here. Let's give them a big round of applause, please.
And in the championship drive for the Black Crosses, Class 1 was won by Brennan Henry, New Home FFA. Class 2 was won by Paige Fritch, Burton FFA. And third class, the heavyweights, first place was Sidney Schickenduns, Ochiltree County 4-H. In the lightweight class, second place shown by Reagan Jones, Italy FFA. Second place in the middleweights, Cassidy Bozeman, Idalou FFA. And in the heavyweight class, second place shown by Brindley Swan, Lubbock County 4-H.
Well, folks, we get out here and wade through these black crosses this morning, and a good show. And it started with that lightweight. That's a dandy little calf. We talked about that. Not saying he's maybe going to get a banner today, but he could play with them. That is a high-quality individual. Young man said it's his senior year. I wish you the best of luck in the sale. Good fresh shape in that calf. Real nice one to start off this particular breed division. Young lady steer out of the middleweights. You know, that class was a little more interesting, and we had to work our way through it. But I think at the end of the day, we got to the calf that we felt just put the most upside together. calf that you could sure appreciate for having enough thickness. He was sound on his feet and legs. He's good in terms of his foot shape. In terms of balance, maybe a little more crest, a little more sheath, not quite as neat, but still proportional. We can live with that. Very good cattleman, great showman. We get that heavyweight class, and we just wade through that. And those were, particularly those top 4 steers, were awfully, awfully good. And we can understand jumbling. We just used the ones that we liked, and particularly this one that we used to win those heavyweights just really fit what I like in terms of just density and spence too, base width, shape, still having the quality and enough proportion and balance. Really nice calf early. Let's give these kids a round of applause. We'll go show you your breed champions.
And the heavyweight steer champion of the Black Cross, Sydney Shikadan's Ogletree County 4-H. We will now lead in Brinley Swan of Lubbock County 4-H to vie for reserve. Reserve champion shown by Brinley Swan, Lubbock County 4-H. Moving into the other cross division, this first class has 38 entries, be placing 7. If you have lost an earring, we have had one brought here to the announcer stand. As I am told, it's probably a Kendra Scott earring. So if you've lost one, you can claim it at the announcer stand. Steer exhibitors in the barn with other crosses, Class 82, you need to be bringing your steers forward. Again, Class 82, other crosses, be bringing your steers forward. And in the heavyweight class of Black Crosses, first place went to Sidney Chickadans, Ogletree County 4-H. Second place, Brindley Swan, Lubbock County 4-H. Third place, Bentley Wells, Guadalupe County 4-H. Fourth place, Maddox McCullum, Montague County 4-H. Fifth place, Lauren Wanicki, Toller FFA. Sixth place, Kobe Kirby, Palmer County 4-H. And seventh place, Miles Henley, Cotton Center FFA.
We've had a great time through the first breed so far there in the Black Crosses. I thought that was wild good, and we get going here in our lightweight AOCs. We've got 6 classes of them, and I guarantee all 6 of them are going to be good because this first one rolling in, they are nice cattle. The ones that we pulled out in the middle, I think, have a lot of quality. Boys, this AOC division, I think it's fixing to get really good. It always is down here in San Antonio, so we're excited to work through it. Out here on the far side, maybe a little far as far as structure goes, maybe a little hit and miss, probably a little more miss than hit as far as that goes, and that's what sorted a lot of these cattle over here. And again, like we talked about it, in a lot of these lightweight divisions that we've been working through, kind of finding that balance of cattle that are kind of right in their maturity pattern for a lightweight, that maybe some of them are kind of going through that green, skinny growing stage that just don't have enough punch to them. Some of them are built a little more like hedgehogs, where they're just a little lower to the ground, a little punchier in terms of their muscle and don't have the same kind of build and structure that we're looking for. And I think as we're working through some cattle that really, I think, have some nice pieces to them, I thought this steer right here was kind of a bubbler, this young lady's gray steer, because I like his body shape and I like his balance. We need more bone and we need more hind leg flexibility in him. But I did think your calf was very nice, and I think he's got a lot of quality whenever you get off to the side of him. I thought the young man's gray paint there, good shaped, a little hard bellied, and again, we need to change him up in his hind leg just a little bit. Here's one of the stouter ones that we left on the rail because I think he is moderate. He is really bold bodied, a little cresty up front, just a little coarser and rounder in the build of his shoulder, rounder in the build of his hip, and he wants to roll out of his hock just a little. But I did appreciate that calf's power, and whenever you go in and get your hands on those, he's sure one that you remember for that kind of shape and kind of muscularity. This kind of dark gray steer right here, he's a nice one too. Fundamentally, his body type is good. He's got a little more stretch and lateness and maturity in comparison to some other ones. A little plain up front, and again, just a little fragile in his bone work and a little more refined down there at the surface. As we work on through maybe some cattle that just don't balance up quite as good, here's a big bone one that I like, his ruggedness and his feature at the ground, his hock structure, and just the way that he gets out and goes just isn't quite as good. We like this steer's muscle shape. Again, whenever you go through and handle those cattle, that's one that stuck out to us because of his big back, because he's got a big hip in him. His underline runs the wrong way, and again, his hip and his hind leg structure maybe just didn't suit us quite as well. Here's another gold steer that was on the bubble for us. Great big rib cage in him, width of skeleton front to back, very impressive. This one's not hurting for muscle, and it's not muscle that leaves him along the ringside. He's just too straight. Whenever you study him, he runs downhill from his tail head to the top of his shoulder. He's got just kind of that wrong pitch to the angle of his top line, and then you study his hind leg, just wants to lock it in and get just a little too straight. Some cattle, as we work on down, just need to change them up from a body type and structure standpoint, and a couple that are on the end here that are very stout and very muscular. We just need to fix them in their feet and leg structure to go ahead and make the pull. Great class of them. This is going to be fun to work through. Congratulations to those exhibitors on making this a great kickoff to our AOC division. If you would, put your hands together for them as they work their way out.
Attention in the steer barn. Braden O'Connor, you had a 4th place Black Cross. We have your exhibitor's disposition card up at the podium, which you'll need for the trailer if you want to come pick it up.
Well, folks, we kick off the AOCs and do so in a good fashion. Really like this light yellow steer we got to win. We think he just blends a lot of upside together in terms of one that's sound enough on his feet and legs, has enough muscle. We like his kind. You know, he balances, good in his rib shape. He's not as maybe just right big right there in his heart and his upper back. It's maybe some of these that follow. I think there's enough, but that's the best steer we felt in this particular class. And when you're at this lightweight, you know, they're not all going to come together just perfectly because he's still a green yet. And honestly, at, 1040, 1050, whatever he weighed, he probably should be. But that's a good calf. He leads off. From there, this young lady's steering second. I got to hand it to her. You know, we were maybe a little tough on him when he first came in, but we got him pulled over here, got to looking at him, got to liking him more. That steer has a nice look to him, good top side power. He's not quite as free moving as that calf. And that's where you'd change him, just flex him a nickel easier. But, again, another good steer there we get to lead off with. The young lady's white steer on the side like this calf pretty good. I think he's big boned. I think he's free moving. He's deep-sided. I would like to see just more muscle in him. If we could give him just a little more shape, he would darn sure be up a spot or two. I think that's a good calf still yet needs to be up here. The young man steer next lineup of these top four, he's probably genuinely the widest, heaviest muscle one. He's big-backed. He's big-rumped. With that, though, he's a little big-shouldered and big in his hock. We change him in both those spots, smooth him up, and free him just a nickel in that hock. We want to make him climb in the class. The next steer, another one of them, just a solid steer that gets in here. That calf has some muscle. He handles pretty good. He's a little plainer up through his neck and chest, a little straighter there in the way he handles his knee and hock. Young man's paint steer coming out next, a really clean-fronted one that has some top-side power to him. Just green in his rib yet. Like you'd like to see just a little more maturity there. We're going to try to move him up any higher. Young lady's light yellow steer there, orange steer. Really like the muscularity in him. He's big rumped. He's one that has some boldness through his center body, but with that, gets a little off in his balance. He's deep in his chest, breaks behind his shoulder. Not quite as neat in the way he handles his hock and hip on the stride. Young man's yellow paint there, another calf that, is clean-necked. He's big-boned. He's sound enough on his feet and legs. Just gets a little off in his top line. Wants to break behind his shoulder and pinch behind his shoulder. We need to open him up a little more if we're going to see him get to have more success today. That gray steer coming out next, another one that just gets there because he has some width and shape. We would like to see him neatened up in terms of just his shoulder and his front end assembly. He's another one that could still come to the ground with just a little more ease. Then we have the two steers that wrap up the class. Neat-looking steers on the stand. Both have some muscularity to them. Both of them really are tight and bow in their hock. Need to flex and go better if we're going to try to work them up. Let's give those kids a round of applause as we kick off our AOCs.
And in the first class of other crosses, that was class 81. First place went to Peyton Bronikowski, Franklin, FFA. Second place, Brooklyn Hudak, Lavernia, FFA. Third place, Emmeline Wall, Byron Steele, FFA. Fourth place, Mark Sherman, Hardeman County 4-H. Fifth place, Bryce Thorne, Bryson, FFA. Sixth place went to Brandon Browning, Kendall County 4-H. And seventh place, Cicely Rushop, Kendall County 4-H. Other cross exhibitors, Class 83, Class 83, you need to be bringing your steers forward. Again, other cross, Class 83, bring your steers forward.
Top end of this class is sure packing some heat, just like I'm sure every class is going to be here in our AOC division. Good set of them along the ringside. Again, a lot of them that were coming in kind of saying the same things that we talked about there in the first class, because we're not looking for anything different. Probably for us, a big sort on structure here in this particular class, just hind leg build, flexibility, the way those cattle can get out and go and travel, maybe limited some of them to the rail over there. Silver calf that's right here in front of us, I thought, honestly, he's kind of on the bubble. He's big-footed, he's stout in his bone work, his underline's a little inverted, he's a little tall tail-headed, and again, maybe we could flex his hock out with just a little more reach and just a little more go there, but I thought that calf was on the bubble. You've done a nice job with him, and I want to commend you for that. As we work on down some cattle that sure have some good to them, I think we just maybe need to change them up just a little bit from a body type and structure standpoint on a couple of these ones that are coming around the corner. A couple of these cattle are kind of in that growth stage where they just need a little more to them in relation to their frame size. I thought this calf, this young lady's gold steer, handled extremely well. He's got a really good shape up high. He's really crisp in his handle, and I like his muscle expression, and I like his length up front. That steer gets just a little dry bodied. He gets a little bit hard back to his flank and a little frailer in his bone work. I think this steer's going to have upside. If you can get him to body down and fill up just a little bit where his balance is better from the side, I think you'll get a pull later on down the road. I think that steer's got life left in him, and I think he's got some future. This steer comes in, he's stout, he's bold-bodied, he's a little plain-headed, he's a little off in his top line balance and to round out of his hip, and his hind leg isn't quite as good. Thought a pair of cattle right here that we talked about that were on the bubble. Both of these gold steers are pretty solid. You talk about one that's okay in his feet and leg structure, and the young lady's right here in front of me, gets a little plain up front and not quite the same kind of turn and roundness coming into his forerib, and another steer that we could tone down and tuck just a bit neater there at the base of his tail head as well to balance him out just right. I like this steer from his hip forward. This young lady's done a good job with him. He's very fresh hided, and he's very good in terms of his handle quality up front. Love the calf. We get him in motion. He wants to roll up in his top. He wants to duck his pins, and he gets too awkward in the set of his hind leg. But again, thought those two cattle were quality. Thought they were on the bubble. There are some nice calves there that those two young ladies had. I like this calf pretty solid. I think this one, feet and leg structure, is okay in him. I like his extra extension. I like his extra length. Maybe just a little plainer in terms of his hip design. He gets too short. He gets too round out of his hip. That squareness of hip and attractiveness whenever they come in really, really resonates with us well. And whenever he comes in and he's just a little too short and ducky there in his pins, he kind of throws out of balance just a bit. This calf right here, incredibly stout. Whenever he came in, we were thinking, man, that thing is one stout one up front. He's got a stout mug. He's got a big forearm in him. You could pour a cup of water there in his back, and again, he'd probably hold most of it, and then probably in due to the fact that he's got those ties in his top. But then hind leg, we had a little hitch in his get along there, and he just didn't go quite good enough. I thought this calf right here, other than his hind leg, I like him. I love his body shape. I love his muscle. He gets too frail, a little hook-legged. And as we work on down some cattle that we just need to change up just a little bit from a balance standpoint, two of them, we need to change their structure. Congratulations to them. Nice job. Good class of them. Very, very deep. We let a lot of good cattle out. So if you would, commend those young people on the job that they did and congratulate them as they work their way out. Good job.
An announcement for the barn. The feed store will be closing at noon today. Attention in the barn. This is last call for Class 83. Last call. If you have a steer in Class 83, bring it forward, please.
Adams Fab. Established in 2007, they build custom livestock pinning and equipment to fit all your needs. Hanger feeder rods, adjustable slam gate latches, and skirted panels. It all comes standard. Custom pins made by hand and hot dipped galvanized so that you know that they're going to last. Adams Fab is a certified TIPS vendor and can design, fabricate, and install equipment to fit all your needs. Visit adamsfablivestock.com to get started today.
Well, folks, we get out in this second class of AOCs, and what a steer that leads off here. We like both these cattle awfully well, but that Silver Baldy was the last one to come in the gate, and we're like, hello, buddy, and he didn't disappoint us. She does a really nice job showing him off, but he does that pretty good by himself. I mean, that old dude throws his head up, got a good neck set in him. Really like the rib shape, the muscularity in him, the smoothness in his joints, and even in his shoulder. That's some of the things he has over the steer in second. Just everything ties together. Really nice calf there, upheaded like she's showing him off, and he shows himself off a little bit. We like that calf awfully well. Young man steer in second. You know, he gets up there. This calf's plenty dense made. He's wide-based, really bold-centered, and has a lot of dimension to him. Yeah, and with that territory, he's got a little more coarseness about his shoulder and hock. That's where you just tweak on him. But that's a good calf. A lot of power, a lot of just sheer mass, and enough look to go with it. This steer in third, we really like his freshness and his balance. Just ties together nice and smooth in his top line. Got a good handle on him. He don't have quite the circumference of bone as maybe those top two cattle. That's what you'd change on him, and just give him a shot more bone just to match up with his muscle shape, but really like that calf as well. The young lady steer coming out next. Interesting color on this calf, and I think if you study through that, you can darn sure see the good in him. And she told me his name is Longhorn, and I tell you, sweetie, make sure they know it at the sale. You know, those UT folks might not be good for much, but they got some money, so mention that, okay? And all kidding aside, I'm sorry if there's some Longhorns in the house, but you need a bit on this girl's calf. That's a good steer. He's one that, from his shoulder back, really has a lot of fresh shape and power. Spencer and I both like that calf. You know, he's one that maybe could just be freed up a nickel in his hock, but still, good calf there. He definitely needs to get up here in the top group. We like this yellow steer this young man in the black shirt has. Just a good practical calf. Big-bodied, sound structured, one that, you know, doesn't overwhelm you on the profile. He proportions out. We'd smooth him up, tuck him in his chest, neaten him up in his loin, and the way he handles that hip. But a really solid calf as well. Young man steer right here on the stand. You dig this calf. Good looking, stout made. He just a little too tight in his hock, and that's really all I want to say. I'd fix on him and maybe his feet, but a good looking calf. We like a lot about him. Little white steer gave this little guy all he wanted, but you know, once he is able to get his head up, you can appreciate the good in him. Like the fresh power and shape, and that's what got him over that black steer behind him. Really long-sided, extended calf, flexible enough on his feet and legs. We'd like to drop a little more rib cage in him if I'm going to climb him up any higher in the class. The black steer coming out next, you know, that's a big rib calf that's pretty sound on his feet and legs. As you look at him, he proportions out okay, but still could maybe tie in just a little longer and neater there in his neck into his shoulder as he comes in his top line. The big thing for me, I just like to stouten him up a tick in terms of his bone work and muscle shape over his top. We get into some cattle here, these next two coming out. Both steers you can appreciate for having some muscle and shape. You can tweak on them a little bit structurally in their knees and how they handle their front ends. Young man's calf over in the corner, that dark gray one, sure like the muscularity in this calf, but with that, a little round made, a little low set, just like to stretch him out and smooth him up. Those two steers that wrap up the class, both cattle you can appreciate on the profile. Both cattle you'd like to see just have a little more dimension and base width. We want to make them competitive in a tough group. Let's give them a round of applause, please.
Class 84, other crosses. Class 84 of other crosses. You can be bringing your steers forward, please. Class 84, start moving forward. In Class 82 of other crosses, first place went to Ella Vincent, Lavernia FFA. Second place, Cash Rathman, Gonzales County 4-H. Third place, Colt Kelly, Eagle Pass FFA. Fourth place, Harlan Viatric, Falls City FFA. Fifth place, Trenton Martin, Lavernia FFA. Sixth place, Corbin Serta, Guadalupe County 4-H. And seventh place, Gatlin Simpson, Merkel FFA.
Another good class of them as we work deeper here in our AOC division. Some good cattle and some good pieces that we've got over on the far side. Again, maybe just not that combination, maybe not that balance of everything that we're looking for that it's going to take to get a pull here in these deep and tough classes. As we were going through this young lady steer that's second in the lineup, this calf hit me pretty good whenever he came in. I think fundamentally I've got a soft spot in my heart for one that's moderate, big-bodied, sound, and easy feeding. Unfortunately, with that, he does not have the same kind of look of quality as some of these other cattle, but fundamentally, that calf's pretty solid. Just in these deep classes that are that good, they've got to be just a little neater, a little higher quality. I think some cattle really not shy on muscle here in this class, and as we get into these heavier weight AOC classes, a lot of these cattle are going to be wild stout. We just need to maybe change them up in their structure just a little bit. This steer, he was really close to being good because whenever he comes in, boy, he's got a long neck on him. I love his shape and I love his muscularity, his structure. My man, it's just got to be better for us because I think that calf has quality to him. I just don't like his structure quite as well. This calf right here, this young man does a good job with this calf. He has got a great look to him, and you can tell this calf has had a nice home life. My man, I would get you a good calf. I would get a good calf in your hands every time if I was selling cattle to you. For me, that steer, he's not good enough from behind, and we need to change him there. But you do a good job with your cattle, and I think you're a good showman. The young lady that's here right in the corner of the ring with that roan steer, that's pretty solid calf too. His body type's okay. He gets just a little fragile down low. Didn't mind this calf here. Foot and bones good. Just a little stilty up front, a little tall tail-headed. This gray steer right here, very shapely. Too round out of his hip. Ducks his pins. Flank line isn't quite right. And again, needs just a shot more bone and structure. I like this young man's calf right here. I thought he did a good job feeding him. He's very fresh whenever you go in and handle him. He's too stilty up front. Wants to knock his knee and turn out up front just a little too much. So from a structure standpoint, we need to change him up. This calf right here was on the bubble for us because he's got big feet. He's very stout in his structure. I like the feature of that calf. He's got crab claw front feet. We've got to spray him up and clean him up in his joints just a little bit, freshen him up out of the backside of his shoulder. As we work on down some cattle that need to balance out just a little bit better, couple that get just a little shy on rib density and boldness of body, and I think as we work all the way down, I think some cattle that, again, we just need to change their structure up just a little bit. This young man's painted up calf right here. I like the design. I like the look of him. He's just got a bad attitude, and he's got bad hocks, and we need to clean him up just a bit there. Congratulations on a good class. I thought the depth and quality of this class was very good. We're excited to work through the top end. Congratulations to all of them that made the pull. If you would, around ringside, let's put our hands together for those young people that put in a lot of time, effort, and work on their projects. I can tell you it's hard to get cattle looking that good, and they did a great job of it.
Attention in the barn. Other cross, class 84. We need your steers coming toward classification. Again, class 84, other crosses. We need your steers coming toward classification. Steer exhibitors, we need the champion and reserve champions of the breeds to return to your stalls. All other branded steers should go across the way to the auction facility, to the TLMA pens. Again, breed champions and reserve champions, return to your stalls. All other branded cattle need to go to the TLMA pens across the way. Be sure and take your disposition card with you. This is last call for Class 84. Last call, Class 84, other crosses.
about.
Other cross exhibitors, Class 85, be moving toward classification. Class 85, other crosses, be moving toward classification, please.
Well, folks, we get out in this class, and real interesting class. To us, there wasn't just an absolute commanding class winner and a lot of nice steers. You might tweak on all of them just a little bit. We did like this steer, just think he's real solid cattle. Young lady's steer we lead off with. I think if you look at him, you can sure live with this structure. She gets his head up. That calf is made right from the side. I like him in terms of his rib cage. That's one place I think he has an advantage over steer in second. Just a little bigger in his heart and the way he carries his barrel. That calf doesn't overwhelm you down low in terms of shape. He's decent up high. But when we get him on the side view, that's where we really like him. And also when he moves out, we can sure live with his structure. Young lady steer in second. We really like the top side power in this one. He is big backed. He's expressive, really clean necked. You know, if we could just maybe just give him just a little more feel and in terms of just flank and a little more lower body, I might swap that pair because he does look a little to be middled out here. But I like that calf. She does a good job showing him and appreciate the fact he's a little leveler back through his hip, a little better in his shoulder and neck than the steer in third. Steer in third, he's one that grew on us because when we initially saw him come through the gate, he was really kind of wadded up and round, and he is round. And if you could fix that, he gets to the top of the class because in terms of muscularity and dimension and shape, we like that one awfully well. You can see, though, he's got just a little more thickness and crest to his neck, a little roundness in his shoulder. Where we'd really tweak on him is back from hooks to pins because when he gets in motion, he really dumps them and gets up underneath himself. But I'm dogging on a calf just because I think he's really good, but also think he has some really big things we would fix on him. And I really like that showman. That man's a hustler, and I appreciate that. Young ladies, darker gray steer here, you know, his color doesn't do him any favors. You got to see what's there. I love the bone work and the density there. He's heavy structured. This is a muscular calf. He's one that proportions out okay. At times we let him get his head down. When we do, he drops his chest and pulls up his flank. That makes him look just a little ill-shaped. When we get him out on the go, he's one yet, you know, wants to roll them outside toes, and you just free him up a notch. Not a bad calf there. Certainly needs to be out here. Spotted steer next in the lineup. Really like him in terms of symmetry. I think he's one that's good in his top line. He's neat fronted, sound enough on his feet and legs, has some muscularity up high. We'd like to see him just a little deeper in his twist and more powerful through his stifle. We're going to bump him up any higher in this class. Young man's dark gray steer here, and he shows the wheels off this guy. That is a steer that balances up and has a good profile to him. Structurally, we can live with the fact he's a little longer stride than the one that follows him. Big thing on him, we'd like to power him up, just give him more shape. Young lady spotted steer coming out next on the stand. We were glad we pulled him because this calf balances up good. He has some muscularity to him. We would like to see him just move out with just a little more length and freedom on a shot more bone. The young man silver steer next in the lineup. We can appreciate the body thickness and the muscularity he has, but with that, he's a little coarse through his shoulder, his hock, and his tailhead. We'd sure like to see him move out square and more freely off both ends, fix his toe size as well. Young man's kind of brindle steer down here. I like that steer pretty good in terms of just his top line, his muscularity. I'd like to see him have a shot more bone and body to match up with him. Young lady's orange steer down there. If we just power him up, he's probably the densest made calf in the class in terms of bone work and muscularity, and we love that part. Just too hammer hocked and big in his joints. We need to smooth him up, but man, is he powerful. Let's give those kids a round of applause, please.
Class 83 other crosses. First place was shown by Sailor Black, Oldham County 4-H. Second place, Victoria Atkins Porter, FFA. Third place, John Gandy, Johnson County 4-H. Fourth place, Riley Wilson, Midland County 4-H. Fifth place, Lynn Ann Kosub, Karnes County 4-H. Sixth place, Cooper Weehee, Floresville FFA, and seventh place, Jaden Lindgren, San Patricio County 4-H. My apologies. Sixth place in Class 83 was Cooper Way.
We're really starting to turn up the heat here in this class. I think a good set of them. Really some close calls that Blake and I were talking about, went back through. There's a handful of those steers that I think are very, very close to making it. He's going to give them one more look. I thought the one up front was very close. If you can live with this front end structure, don't mind the calf. He's a little forward up front in the angle of his shoulder and the set of his knee, and he's wanting to push forward and come over in his knee just a little bit whenever he's over there on the far side, whenever he gets him set up. So front end structure on him, I think we need a change. But other than that, from there back, that calf's got a lot of quality. We like the group of calves that are that were right in line, kind of right here, that were coming in. That gold steer, boy, he's big-footed and he's rugged in his bone work. We love that about him. His hock needs to be just a bit square, a bit cleaner. He needs to go with more flexibility. I like this calf too, and this young man does a good job getting him shown from his shoulder back. That steer's level in his design. He's okay in his shape. He's not as good in his rib cage. He's not as bold coming into his fore rib. He's not as good from his sheath back in the way that he transitions to his rear rib and flank. That steer maybe gets just a little plain there in his neckline. This steer right here has got a quality look from the side, struggles just a little bit from behind, and is just a bit flat in terms of his rib cage and muscle pattern. We thought this steer right here, this light gold one, had a very fresh shape. We loved his handle. We loved his expression and freshness with that. He's hard-bodied. He's a little stilty off both ends and a little too frail in his bone work. Some cattle as we work on down, I thought those were some very close calls, honestly, up there, and those kids did a great job with a good set of cattle. We get a set of plainer cattle in terms of their look and shape as we keep rolling them out. I thought, again, some cattle that we just need to change their structure a little bit as we work through the lineup here. I thought, again, there were some close calls and close decisions as we work down towards the end of the lineup. But again, a good class of them that we've got out here. These young people have done a very, very nice job with their projects out here. Probably the next closest call on the big group of cattle that we worked through in the lineup is this young man's kind of red baldy steer that he's got right here, because he's got a good look to him. He's done a good job taking care of this steer. Up in his next set, he transitions into a big rib and a big body cavity. I like that. He's just too flat whenever you get right up on top of him. Just the roll coming into his rib cage, the shape that he's got behind his shoulder just isn't quite as impressive whenever you get up on top of that steer, and he gets just a little round out of his hip. This steer right here, he is a hind leg away from being a very quick pull out of the gate, because that thing is 8 foot wide with a big whiskey barrel rib cage. We've just got a blown hock, and he doesn't get out and go quite as well as he needs to. And then we thought the steer right here in the corner was a close call as well, because whenever you get up on top of him, that's another one. Incredible shape, great freshness, huge, huge back muscles on that guy. Big hip whenever you get in behind him in motion. He's roughing his top, and he jams his rear ankle too hard at the surface. This calf's got quality. His structure's okay. He's too off behind his shoulder. He doesn't come with enough spread and shape and turn of his body to go ahead and get a pull, but I did think the steer had quality in terms of his structure, and he sets down pretty good at the surface in his feet. Good class of them there. As we get into these heavier weight classes, guys, there's going to be a lot of very high quality cattle that have good pieces that don't get to make it out here. That is just how deep and good these classes are. So if you would, please put your hands together for those young people that made this such a competitive class. They deserve it on the quality of cattle that they brought out today.
Other crosses, Class 85. We need you bringing your steers forward toward classification. Class 85, other crosses. We need your steers coming forward. Class 85, other crosses, last call. Last call for Class 85, other crosses. Class 85, other crosses. Last call. We need your steers move forward, please.
Well, folks, as we get out in this class, we feel like it's definitely heating up, and we were a little stingy on the pull. And as you could tell, there was a couple we pulled late that we ended up getting up here in the top end, and deservedly so. It's just one of those things we catch the wrong look. Maybe they don't get pulled right away, but we are very conscious of that. And we're making sure we spend our time going back through and trying to get the best ones we can in the class up here. These top two cattle, I think it's one of those things, it's give and take. I like both of them awfully well. I'm just going to tell you what I see in them. For me, the young lady's redneck steer, where he excels, I think, is once we get in behind his blade and how he opens up and has more strength right there in terms of just right behind his shoulder all the way back through his rib and loin. I like the shape back through his round. I like his heaviness of structure. I think he's a little cleaner jointed as well, particularly on his hocks, the way he handles them. Now, moving out, he maybe doesn't take as long a relaxed stride as that steer in second, but we deem him sound enough, and all those other parts about him I really like. Young lady steer in second, he has some pieces and parts I love about him. Man, he is a neat-headed, neat-necked little rascal there that has some power and shape. You know, we almost maybe get his head jacked up too much because then he wants to start breaking in behind his shoulder, and that's where I'd change him and I would clean him up a little in that hock. Outside of that, I like his flexibility, I like his dimension, and the quality he brings out. From there, we get in some piece and parts we really like. This orange steer, that's one we didn't have on the initial pull, but man, we walked it behind him. I did over there and saw how much just sheer mass and power he had, and I'm like, we need to get him out there to see if he moves good enough, and that's one of those things. This guy is a powerful rascal. He is huge back. He is big-ended and big-boned. We love all those traits about him. That calf, you know, right now he don't look his best, but still has a decent enough look from the side. I'd change him up front. You know, he's a little off in terms of toe size, toes out, and doesn't just move as good as he could there, and maybe just smooth him up a notch here or there. But, man, he is powerful. He is fresh in his shape, and we like that. Young lady steers another one that got pulled a little later. That's just a good, practical kind of calf. He's big-bodied. He has some muscle to him. Bone work's not too bad. I'd like to see him hook up a little better from his neck into his shoulder and tighten up his shoulder up high and down low, how it comes in his body. I think that takes away a little bit from his profile because I like other parts about that calf, but I would change him right there in that front assembly. Young lady spotted steer, really clean necked, attractive steer. He's one of those maybe just loses out a nickel in terms of just heaviness of structure and power to that top group, but he is one that's smooth made. He handles really nice. She does a good job with him. The young man's neck steer, I like him in terms of just being one of those calves that has some base width and body shape and dimension. He's kind of a meat and potatoes kind of calf. He could be more attractive about his chest, over his crest and front end, and maybe leveled out there from hooks to pins, but still a powerful calf that gets there. Young lady next in the lineup, she does an awesome job on the halter. This calf really profiles nice. He is smooth. Everything comes together as it should. He's one that's sound enough on his feet and legs. He just needs to have a shot more shape in him all the way through if we're going to bump him up in the class. The dark gray steer, like this calf in terms of just hip and hind leg and power and shape, really good there. He wants to open up a little more through that lower shoulder and wants to cut up just a nickel in his flank, which I think throws his balance off just a little bit. But love the power and shape, and he still flexes pretty good off them hind two. Young man's orange steer on the stand, he should be up that way, and I wouldn't argue with anybody there because he's got a nice look, plenty of muscle and bone to him. However, you watch him get out in motion, you'll see how he handles that hock. He needs to get out and reach and just take a more relaxed stride and smooth him up in terms of that hock as well. Young lady's lighter silver steer here. Parts about him I really like. He's productive in his rib cage. He's a calf that has some bone work to him. Doesn't balance up too bad, gets a little deep chested. Big thing for me, I would like to see just a shot more power and dimension in him, particularly from hooks to pins and how he carries it low. Young man's dapple steer here at the end, kind of a unique colored steer. That's a sound, structured steer that's smooth enough in his makeup. He's one we would just like to open him up, see more pop and shape in him from his shoulders back. Let's give those kids a round of applause, please.
Steer exhibitors, Class 86, other crosses, be moving toward classification. Class 86, other crosses, be moving your steers toward classification, please. And the results of Class 84 other crosses: first place to Shiloh Claypack, Nueces County 4-H. Second place, Kinsey Nevy, Albany FFA. Third place, Andrew Kutzenberger, Brazos County 4-H. Fourth place, Kenley Bozeman, Idalou FFA. Fifth place, Sophia Garza, Smithson Valley FFA. At sixth place, Parker Haynes, Donnelly County 4-H. And seventh place, Addison Wiley, Canyon New Braunfels FFA. Entering the show ring now is our Class 85. We have 30 entries in this class, placing 7.
Well, no doubt this class is going to be fun to work through as we work deeper into these heavyweight AOCs. The top end, they came to do some damage here today because I'm telling you what, there's some really, really good calves that we've got in this class. Again, you've got to bring one that's just extra, extra special to get up to the top of this particular group of them or get out here in the center. Hang on to him, cowboy. I think some cattle that we've got up towards the front of the line need to balance up just a little bit better. This calf needs a better hind leg, but honestly, there's some pieces about him that are neat. That is one wild neck in great shape. That steer is very unique in his look, in his front end, but his structure just doesn't hang in there quite good enough for us. We've got a calf that's just a little plainer in terms of his muscle shape. This one right here, he is very bold, he is very stout, and I love his power. With that, little bully, little cresty up front, and he gets just a bit rigid in terms of his rear ankle, but in terms of his muscle, I think he's one that you can really appreciate. His structure and his balance we need to work on just a bit. Here's another steer, incredibly, incredibly stout. You talk about a big-backed one that's got a huge hip whenever you get in behind the lineup and whenever you're going along past that one's rear view is definitely memorable. With that, little short jammed up front, gets to round out of his hip, really gets outside of himself on his hind leg, and we need to change him just a little there. I thought this steer had a lot of quality to him as far as his quality look and balance and his structure, as far as the ones remaining from the side view and his skeletal build and how he sits down. I think he's about as solid as any of them that we've got along the rail. Now, he's a little more refined in his bone work, a little more fragile in his feature, and of the set that we've got, he is pretty plain right in behind his shoulder. We need to see just more grizzly shape right there, working out of the back of his shoulder over his rib, and then I think he gets a pull because he is very nice in his balance. We've got a few cattle that just need to be just a little higher quality in terms of their design and look. Here's a real stout one right here that's just a little straight from behind, but honestly don't mind the foot and the bone and the feature in him. Again, just some cattle that run into a tough class, and here as we get into these heavyweight AOCs, I'm telling you what, you just got to have a really, really good one that just sticks out and is a little more unique than a lot of the cattle that we've got left. This one is 7 foot wide. He is crazy stout. Whenever you get up on top of him and get in behind him, his feet and legs just don't work the way that they need to. With as much body mass as he has up high, he gets a little frail in his bone work, struggles too much from behind. But I did think that calf had some pieces that I really liked that were pretty unique in terms of his muscle and his shape. Structure just didn't hang in there quite good enough for him. I thought this young man steer that whenever he came in, good neck set, good pattern, good profile from the side. Little ouchie in his rear ankle. We needed to set him back just a bit better there. And up top, he's not as fresh. He's not as bold. He's not as square in his muscle shape whenever you go in and get your hands on him. This class is going to be fun to sort. Top end, I think, is going to be wild good. Congratulations to those young people that worked their way out that made this such a deep and competitive class. If you would, you guys have been great all day. Put your hands together for them. Those young people have spent a lot of time on those projects. I guarantee you that. Please pay them off.
Class 86, other crosses, we need your steers brought to classification. Class 86, that'd be the heavyweights of other crosses. We need your steers brought forward to classification, please. Class 86, other crosses. Class 86, other crosses. We need your steers brought toward classification, please.
Every detail matters when preparing your livestock for the show ring. At Producers Co-op, we offer high-quality show feed, supplements, and supplies designed for your animal's best performance. Our specialized feeds promote optimal growth, conditioning, and muscle development for cattle, sheep, goats, pigs, and more. With expert advice and reliable products, we're dedicated to your success. Trust us to help you reach your goals with the feed that works as hard as you do. Come see why at Producers Co-op, it's better here.
Well, folks, we get out here in the AOCs and a really, really good class of steers. And I'll tell you, when this cat hit the ring right here, me and Spencer looked at each other and like, all right, if they turn him, they're bringing a pretty nice one because that's a good steer. That's one of those steers that hit us. We never probably thought about doing anything but starting with him in this class. When you study him and just in terms of just combining a look with body shape, big bone steer, just good-footed. One of those just puts so much together, fresh and good in terms of his rib shape and middle shape. Really, really like that steer. We lead off with him very good. High-quality calf, just like the neatness of neck, the way he comes in his shoulder to top line, hip and hind leg. He puts a lot of upside together and got a dandy showman there on him as well. From there, we get into some things. This gray steer, I'll be the first to tell you, I wish he was a little better footed, but after that, I better shut up because even with his feet, he still flexes and moves good. Come on up. That's a proportional calf that I like in terms of muscle shape. I like his rib shape just a little better right in behind his shoulder than the steer in third. You know, yeah, he's not quite as neat-necked and neat shoulders as the one that leads off, and that's why he's second. But from there back, like that calf awfully well. Young man's yellow steer in third, just a nice solid steer. Doesn't overwhelm you in any one regard, but that's a calf that's, you know, sound enough, has some muscle, has some balance, could maybe have just a little more feel right there through his flank. I think that would help his case just a little bit, and we would smooth him up just a nickel in that shoulder. This gray steer, if we're looking at him from his underline up, that is a unique creature that we like awfully well. He is crazy necked. He is one that's shapely and powerful. He's big boned. But, guys, you can watch him when he gets out and goes. He's just too tight in that hock, wants to kind of get a little small in that outside toe and just not flex and reach. If we could get him hammering out and going, he moves up a couple of spots for sure because that is a unique critter and a steer that we like a lot about. The young man's gray baldy, you know, again, he's one of those, he's just kind of old chunky beans. He's big ribbed. He is stout and powerful. Love that about him. And still flexible. That's the thing about him. For as much muscle he has, he can still go. But with that, he's not as attractive in his neck, shoulder, chest. We need to just pull that all up out of him and tighten him up a notch. But love the mass and shape. Young man did a nice job with him for sure. From there, we get into some pieces and parts. Young ladies, lighter colored steer. boy, this is an up-headed, attractive guy that's got good topside power to him. He's one of those we would like to maybe just freshen him up a nickel. Actually, both these next two calves, in terms of just their flank and lower rib shape, the big thing on this calf, when we ask him to lead out, he wants to kind of get outside himself and kind of shuffle on those back two. We'd like to move with just a little more freedom, but we're glad we worked him on in here and got him in the lineup because that's a good quality calf. The young man's red steer next in the lineup. That's a calf you really like on the stand. I think he's got a nice symmetrical look to him, has some balance, sure has enough muscle right there behind his shoulder. Maybe gets a little shallow or twisted. Big thing on him, we'd like to improve his feet and see him flex better on both ends. The next steer in the lineup, I'm just going to tell you right now, that is a good calf, and he probably should have been on there. Today he's limping. I don't know why. He's not feeling it. And, Bud, I didn't want to do that to you. If he wasn't going to win a class, that's why hopefully he lives to fight another day. And I hope he moves great for you. That's a good one. That's just the way we saw him. He's limping out here and not wanting to go. I don't know what it is because his joints don't say he should be that way. His feet don't say he should be that way. But he is, and that's why you ended up 8th. You're one out of the money, but it's because believe in that calf, and I hope you go win a big banner somewhere when he gets to feeling better and moving for you. Young lady's gray steer coming out next. That's a big bone, big rib rascal. He's one that you like in terms of thickness. He's just off in terms of balance. He's a little rounder through his shoulder, deep in his chest, not quite the shape and pop we find in some of the other cattle. Young man's light-colored steer coming out next, really clean-necked. He's one that's sound enough on his feet and legs. We'd just like to see a little more mass from his sheath back, more flank, more pop and shape back there through his quarter and stifle. Then the white steer that wraps up the class for us. We liked him in terms of structural correctness. That steer has some depth. You can see just a little off in terms of his profile. He breaks in his top, gets a little deep-chested. He could use another shot of shape as well. Let's give those kids a big round of applause, please.
In Class 85, first place went to London Bird, Lubbock County 4-H. Second place, Cameron Clift, Randall County 4-H. Third place, Brandon Henry, New Home FFA. Fourth place, Brandolyn Barrio, Midland County 4-H. Fifth place, Marshall Ehlers, Canyon New Braunfels FFA. Sixth place, Keegan Myers, Archer County 4-H. And seventh place, Kincaid Baining, Lamb County 4-H.
Tell you what, we've had 3 long days of steer showing that have came down to this. This is our last class of the day and a good class. I'm telling you what, these kids brought the power out here in this class. There's some cattle in this particular group of them. You could hook plows to them. They could pull them. I guarantee it. Very, very stout set of them that we've got out here. Some excellent, excellent cattle that are left along the ringside. And I want to commend you young people that are going to hit the gate here in this particular class. And honestly, kind of pains me to send some of them out, but we've got enough of them that are so high quality that a few of these along the ringside, they've just got an issue or two that's going to hold them back from making that pull. This steer, I love his stoutness and I love his power. And you talk about a high neck, big square back one with a big square hip in him. I really, really like this steer. Now, with that extra power, he's got the shoulder to match, and he needs to be just a little bit better in his hind leg design. But I thought that calf was on the bubble. Telling you what, I'd be proud of that one if I were you. You did a good job showing him and a good job feeding him. His structure and smoothness just didn't hold up. There's a real smooth calf that just didn't have quite enough muscle to him. As we work on down, a lot of these cattle are not hurting for muscle. I can promise you that, because that one's got a big tabletop back in him that's just a little stiff from behind. Another big, stout power calf that's a good feeding one. You talk about a big-bodied, sound-structured, easy feeding steer that just runs out of quality in terms of look and just extra freshness of shape. He's just a nickel past 12 o'clock in comparison to these other ones, but a good calf. This one gets a little wide walking. I really like this calf's quality. I really like him in terms of his build, in terms of his structure. He's got a great look to him. He needs a shot more bone work. He needs a shot more shape whenever you get directly in behind him. But honestly, I really like him. I think that's a very nice calf that's going to go ahead and go out. Another one, big-footed, heavy bone, extra wide one, just a little coarse in his hock. Here's a stout one that gets a little tubey bellied. Another big outline calf, a little dry in his center body. As we work on through these cattle, I think some of them that maybe get just a nickel past 12 o'clock. As we get to pushing 1,500 pounds on these cattle that have so much to them, it's hard to keep them fresh. It's hard to keep them youthful and athletic in their shape. That's maybe some of the problems that we're seeing on down the lineup that we've got in here. I think this calf, maybe 45, 60 days ago would have been nice. He gets a little dry flanked. He gets a little round out of his hip and a little tentative from behind. A group of cattle that don't have the same kind of shape in terms of expression as some of these other ones out here. A little tight-bodied, harder moving one here, but has a lot of muscle. I like that one's with. This young lady did a good job with this calf. That is the softest hided one that we've handled all day. He needs a shot more muscle, but you've done a really good job with that calf in terms of daily management. This steer right here, I like this one too. You talk about one that's fresh out of the backside of his shoulder. He's been very, very well prepared for the show today. Excellent home life, you can tell. Gets a little stilty up front. Flank line isn't quite good enough. Short, steep out of his hip and jams his hind leg too much. But that was another one, in my opinion, that was right on the bubble. I think he's got some quality to him. As we work on down in this class, there was a lot of good calves that we had in here and a lot of really good pieces that we saw. This is another one. You talk about one that's 8 foot wide. He is awesome in terms of his back shape. Big old hip and quarter in him. Whenever you study him, he's a little awkward in his lower body. He gets a bit hard in his flank, too round out of his hip. Hind leg wants to jam down in his rear ankle, but that one, he's got some pieces that I like. And again, this young lady steer right here, hey, I like this one too. He's another one that's wide. He's opened up. He gets a little dry centered, and his flank line isn't quite good enough. What a class of them. Along the ringside, I thought there was a lot of good cattle that didn't make the pull in this class that honestly probably were some of the better cattle that we've sent out over the last 3 days. So if you would, it's not going to be much for them, but if you would, put your hands together and congratulate those young people on the job that they did today to finish us out. I'd sure appreciate it. Nice job to them.
Adams Fab. Established in 2007, they build custom livestock pinning and equipment to fit all your needs. Hanger feeder rods, adjustable slam gate latches, and skirted panels. It all comes standard. Custom pins made by hand and hot dipped galvanized so that you know that they're going to last. Adams Fab is a certified TIPS vendor and can design, fabricate, and install equipment to fit all your needs. Visit adamsfablivestock.com to get started today.
Well, folks, we get out here in this class. Obviously, we thought those top two were extremely close. I don't know if you did, and if you're that much better of a judge, maybe we need to get you out here in the middle of the ring sometime. But those two cattle are extremely, extremely good. Those are next level in our minds, and it's tough sorting, and it took a little time, and that's at the end of the time period here. We just kind of kept working them. I do think that the silver calf held together just a little better, particularly right behind his shoulder. But with that calf is just really just great through his center rib cage, his top shape. He's fresh, really fresh and productive in terms of his rib. I like his dimension out back. We turn him to the side. In terms of proportion, everything fits together there. We come to the ground. Structure, there's give and take. I think the silver steer maybe flexes a nickel better in his pastern, but he's given up a shot of bone to the yellow calf. Both those cattle to us are acceptable. Structure, don't sort that pair. I think it gets really tight. We like the rib cage in him. We like the freshness that he has over his top. This yellow calf, he's a rib longer, so it does make it a little tougher for him to hold together right behind his blade. I love the extension and the cleanness about his neck and his head. You can see right there at the point of his shoulder, he's maybe wanting to dip just ever so slightly in his top, and I'm talking this is like minuscule things that I'm picking at, but that's where he's starting to break just a little bit. I love his hip and his hind leg. Big full hip, nice hind leg. He flexes, he goes. He's one of those. He's got a little bubble on the outside of that other hock, but it doesn't affect his structure. That is a calf, though, is extremely good. Like I said, I think there's nip and tuck there. Those are two good cattle. Give those two young people a round of applause just on that pair alone. We knew this class was going to bring the heat. We didn't realize just how tight that is. And, if we were judging it 10 days in a row, we might place it different every day, but we would feel confident those two would be up here at the top of the class. Little lady steer in third. This calf is, when he gets stopped, she gets his head up. That is a good-looking rascal. He is built well. He's one that ties in awfully good in his shoulder. We like the smoothness in his top line. I like his moderation and softness through his rib cage, his structural soundness, a little better than the steer that's next in the lineup. Where he loses out to those two, he just don't have quite the pop and shape. Overall, just mass and muscle shape, we find those top two cattle. But that is a high-quality calf that needs to be up here. The white steer that's in fourth, this is a big white hope right here, but that is a good big steer. He is jack-necked, and guys, if you get behind him, he has muscle upon top of muscle. And for having that kind of power, he still flexes and reaches. You know what he doesn't have? He's not quite as full and fresh in his body, and I know he's just a bigger kind, but if he was that, there's no telling what he might weigh. That is a good calf. That is a high-quality calf. He needs to be up in here, and props to them for getting a bigger one looking like that. Young man steer we have next in the lineup. On the profile, he gets him pulled together pretty good. That calf's good in his rib cage. He has some thickness when you get out back. When we ask him to lead, that's where maybe he comes apart a little bit, wants to really kind of duck his pins. At times, he'll want to roll his shoulder a little bit. We could change him up in those two spots on the move. I think he may climb another place or two in the class. Young lady steer next in the lineup. This guy has some awesome pieces. He is crazy necked. He is big ribbed. He is thick made. He is flexible, but you can see it's almost working to his disadvantage on those front two. He's really wanting to start breakdown in his pasturing. That was a concern to us. But we still think that is a good enough steer. He needs to get up in here in the mix. If we just could strengthen him there, secure him in that toe size and how he uses them, he sure might be up there towards the top. The next steer in the lineup's a calf we really like for his stoutness and density, heavy structured. He's one that's big backed. He's thick rumped. With that, though, a little deeper and crestier over his neck, not quite as neat in the way he ties his shoulder, and he is one where he'd free him up a nickel with his joints on the stride. The orange steer next in the lineup, guys, you get behind him, and he is axe handle wide. He is one that is big, big hipped, big through the center portion of his quarter. We like his top shape. That calf, to improve him, we'd like to soften him up in his joints and soften him up in his rib cage. The next calf's a calf we can sure appreciate for his muscularity, his heaviness of structure. He's one for me that maybe gets a little piecey in terms of just being deep up through his front end, not quite as good back through his hip. You don't see quite the sheer mass in him. We find those top end cattle, and we'd smooth him up in his tailhead. This silver baldy steer is one on the profile. I dig this calf. He's level topped. He's sound structured. He's good moving. He's smooth in his makeup. He just needs to be opened up and have just a little more power, a little more man to him if we're going to move him up any higher in the class. The young man's next steer in the lineup, really neat neck steer there that's pretty flexible on the go. Needs to have more body and mass. We run into the yellow steer in the corner, like his heaviness of structure, like his depth of side and his thickness. He gets a little round and off in his profile. Then we run into a couple of calves here. The young man's silver paint there in the corner. That is a steer that's neat-necked. He's a steer that has some shape over his top, wants to get a little shallow in his twist, and out back there can move a little better. Big steer around the corner. We like his top line in him. He's got a good hip, a little big in his hock joint there, and we'd sure freshen him up in his kind. Then the dark gray steer, we like him in terms of thickness and top shape, gets a little piecey on the move. Let's give those kids a big round of applause for our last class of AOCs.
And the placings in Class 86, the heavyweight AOCs, first place went to Tucker Wells, Guadalupe County 4-H. Second place, Caden Mason, Montgomery County 4-H. Third place, Collins Frankie, Cisco FFA. Fourth place, Sadie Wampler, Randall County 4-H. Fifth place, Mason Grady, Johnson County 4-H. Sixth, Riley Tyke, Bandera County 4-H. And seventh place, Jade Stone, Martin County 4-H. And now for the championship drive of the AOC. Out of Class 1, first place, Peyton Brunskowski, Franklin FFA. Class 2, won by Ella Vincent, Lavernia FFA. Third class, first place, Taylor Black, Oldham County 4-H. In Class 4, it was won by Shiloh Claypack, Nueces County 4-H. First place in Class 5, London Bird, Lubbock County 4-H. And again, in the sixth class, Tucker Wells, Guadalupe County 4-H. In Class 1, the second place went to Brooklyn Hudak, Lavernia FFA. Class 2, second place, Cash Rathman, Gonzales County 4-H. In Class 3, second place, Victoria Atkins, Porter FFA. And in Class 4, Kinsey Neve, Albany FFA. Second place, Class 5, Cameron Clift, Randall County 4-H. And Class 6, second place, Caden Mason, Montgomery County 4-H.
Well, folks, obviously we knew there would be plenty of heat within this breed division, and it hasn't disappointed, particularly those last couple of classes. It really got interesting, and but it started this morning with good cattle. When we look at the lightweight, that little calf out there, that's a good steer. Just obviously he's not as much calf right now. He's not supposed to be at that weight, but really nice. That silver baldy out of the second class in this division. That's a good calf. He's one that's attractive, has a ton of look, enough to me for his weight. Muscularity is good. His soundness is good. He could definitely win a lot of shows in my mind, just out here competing with, maybe giants in some regards, not only in weight, but just one of those calves I think is high quality and highly presented. Young lady's gray paint there out of the class 3. That calf for me is one that balanced up and just put together the most positives in that bunch. Maybe don't have quite the shape we find in some of these cattle. But we get to that next class there, the 4th class in this division. And this redneck calf, we thought that was a close decision. And the top pair of those cattle, feel good about how we went that way. Bringing them back out here, I think he did hold together just a little better. I like the strength in him in terms of his top line, his muscle shape. Out here, does he have quite just the extras to compete with a couple of those that stand behind him? I don't know if he does. I don't know if he's quite as good through his hip or neck or even on the move, but I think that is a high-quality calf and a good one. Really it heats up in these next 2 cattle, and it's unique. We talked about that. We feel like there's 3 absolute hammers out here. One of them's not going to get a banner. It's a travesty, but that's just the way things fall sometimes. That's why we're here. This middleweight calf, that's a unique creature. To be that good in his neck set and the way he ties in and to have muscle shape back through his hip and his hind leg, you like him awfully well. Is he as opened up right in his center body as maybe the heavies? I don't know. It's close, but that's where I think he gives up some just in terms of sheer mass. But that is a good-looking, high-quality rascal that has the muscle shape. Structurally, I think he's sure acceptable. The showman gets the most out of him. He's definitely in the picture. We get to the heavy, and that's one, we just went through those 2 that we thought were both extremely, extremely tough. This calf comes out here, and that's one, we preach density. It's one of those things I told Spencer, that calf is just massive in terms of just width, chest, rib shape, dimension all the way through, and still plenty balanced and good looking. And it's not like he can't get out and go on the move because he does that pretty darn good. So, again, awfully, awfully tough group. I'm not going to talk a whole lot longer. I'm going to go show you your breed champions. But believe me, we got to give a big round of applause to the deserving exhibitors of the AOC. Great job, guys.
And the champion, AOC, shown by Tucker Wells, Guadalupe County 4-H. We will now lead Caden Mason's steer into the lineup to vie for reserve. And reserve champion shown by Caden Mason, Montgomery County 4-H.
Guys, we were told to announce the third overall, without a doubt, that medium weight steer that we have in here in the class 5, I guess it would have been. He's definitely our third overall. Great job, young lady.